Hello everyone, hello everyone. I am home again. Hello, hello. Welcome in everybody. I am Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am happy to be home. A little bit tired. I can see that my internet is OBS is telling me that I'm pulling a nice, smooth 4 megabytes per second. That is a nice relief up from 800 kilobytes per second, or as we saw, frequently zero. Frequently zero. But yes. Oh my goodness. It is good to be back. I'm not 100% sure. I said I was going to do calligraphy today. And I probably will because it's easier to just stick to plans, and I'm feeling a little bit rusty, right? I'm feeling a little bit rusty on the calligraphy. And I do have I have one commission left to work on, and it does involve a cadell, so I might just spend time working on cadells. Maybe. I don't know. If I'm feeling a little bit understimulated by doing regular calligraphy, I might work on cadells. But I'm not entirely sure. I am... Can't say I'm missing SMS ads. I didn't know that you're going back to Indonesia. It's Woody. Woody is a fascinating figure in the VTubing space. If you are not familiar with Woody, I think that you are really missing out. Woody is a lot like Shindig's, but Unreal Engine. It's the shit that Woody is doing is absolutely bonkers. He is incredibly impressive on the technical front. How are you feeling, Woody? Well, last I heard, you were feeling sick and you fell asleep in the middle of the afternoon, which doesn't bode well for your sleep. Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, you have fever. Oh no. Oof. Please feel better soon, my friend. That is not the right stuff. That is the bad stuff. It feels like almost everybody has been getting murdered by the most recent illness. Welcome in, Saturn Rings 12. I do like the name. I am a space enjoyer. I am a space enjoyer. But yes. I didn't get into hellos. I keep on changing my mind about whether or not I want to do my hellos early or late. Hello to me, hello to Seribot, hello Galaxy Wolfstar, hello Rexy Raibu, hello Gay Little Bee, hello Dizzy Chicken, hello Sparkly Anarchy, hello Akshi, hello Woody, hello Saturn Rings 12, oh my goodness, 50 watch streak. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I just realized that I'm actually like kind of on an early start. It's only 10:11. This is 18 plus. Yes, I will not bring down the ban hammer on you for that if you are honest about it and you come back after you are 18. But yes, this is an 18 plus stream. Thank you for being honest. But yes, I will see you when you are a little bit older. That regulation is in place mostly just because the US is really weird about media aimed at people under the age of 18, and I do not want to run afoul of any of those regulations. This is not a particularly not safe for work stream. It is just, you have to be very careful about what you say. But thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest. I will see you probably at some point in the future. Because I am planning on being at streaming for a minute. I am planning on being streaming for a minute. But thank you for stopping by. Anyway. For folks here. Yes, I am glad to be back home. I do kind of miss the cats. That's a little bit of a shame. And one of my strangest habits as a person is that I have trouble sleeping in the same place for any length of time. I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't understand it about myself, to be completely honest. I do not get it. I do not get it. Hold on a second. I just realized that I really need to... let's see, got some... Okay, I'm just cleaning up my desk a little bit because I just realized that I am very behind on some things here. Just a generic... one of my to-do list tasks is literally just a generic respond to emails, with no further clarification. Great. Very helpful, old Almantas. Very helpful. And I can't find my sticky notes. Oh well. But I need to redo my my guidelines because they have been annoying me. My guidelines have been annoying me. But yes. Kind of saying, I find rearranging my living space buys me some extra time at least. Yeah. It's interesting the things that people will do to try to avoid the actual task at hand, right? Because I think a lot of us do this, right? I think it's a very normal set of behaviors to give yourself a task and then, like, you do everything but that task. And for me, it's actually cleaning. Cleaning and tidying up and working out are common avoidance behaviors for me, which I have to say I'm happy at least that those are generally considered healthy, right? At the very least considered socially helpful. I'm willing to listen, Woody. I'm willing to listen, Woody, because you are a productive member of society. You are a productive member of society, unlike me, who was a scoundrel. But yes, DM it to me, by the way. Don't just post it in chat, or else I will not remember. The War of Art. Hold on, Pressfield. Is Pressfield is in, like, the ancient Greek novelist? Okay, yes. Pressfield has had a... I think Pressfield is profoundly wrong about ancient Sparta, but that doesn't mean that he is wrong about how to complete tasks. Those are pretty different concepts. Like, I know that name. That guy's in my footnotes. I know him. I know him. Oh my goodness. Yep. That it happens. It happens. It happens. It turns out that sometimes this nerd knows a thing or two. Sometimes this nerd knows a thing or two. But thank you for the suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion. Well, and it's you know, sometimes somebody's a real narrow specialist and sometimes they're not, right? Sometimes somebody's like a very, very narrow and specific specialist. I was, as is often my way of doing things, reading articles about current events, and I was reading an article that was about predictions about the Ukraine war. I was reading an article that was about predictions about the Ukraine war. And the prediction, this person was looking at a 2x2 matrix, right, of did this person predict whether or not Russia was going to invade, and did they predict that Russia was going to have an easy time or a hard time? And they were looking for structural explanations for why many Russia-specific experts were incorrect in a way that generalists in security and intelligence were not. That the specialist in Russia and the specialist in international relations had a tendency to be wrong in the same way. At least from the same, tend to come to the same incorrect conclusion, that Russia was likely to invade Ukraine and was likely to succeed massively. And generalists seem to be more accurate in estimating their capabilities. And he was looking for ways in which the very specialized people were... Hello, Gringotts Underwriter. Hello. He was looking for ways in which people were... their hyper-specialization caused them to have certain types of biases that caused them to be inaccurate in this particular case. And one of the biases I thought was kind of an interesting one is normalcy bias, right? That if you get used to having people ask you every single week, is the sky falling? And you have made your career by just saying repeatedly, no, the sky isn't falling. That means that the people who survive in that career field are the people who have a bias towards just being like, no, nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. The nothing o'clock, as it is. One of the memes that I get a surprising amount of use out of, the nothing ever happens guy. Look what time it is, nothing o'clock. Came up recently with the recent UFO documents that turned out to just be deeply uninteresting. Deeply uninteresting. But yes. Oh. Today was a pretty long day, so I feel surprisingly like I've been on here for a long time. Hello, Shark Ray. Has no fucking clue what they are. I am constantly going to be riding the high If you have them, you will actually say hi to your friends on Twitch and stop living the presumption that every waking moment should be useful somehow. Woody, I am going to make a suggestion to you that I am not good at living by, which is how you know it's good advice, because I think it's good advice, but I don't actually follow it all that well. Which is that you need to protect your time to relax. You need to protect your time to relax. Also, I'm kind of curious as to who else you're saying hi to, because I know Horatius isn't live right now because he is asleep. And I'm not sure who else is around, but you absolutely do need to protect your time to rest. It's very much a known thing that if you push yourself too hard in a creative field, you actually start becoming less creative, even well before burnout starts to set in. It's not just a burnout thing. It is just a, like, you do a surprising percentage of all of your intellectual work while not thinking. And it's interesting for me, a person with, like, very bad ADHD, that like, I tend to work very much in spurts and starts. You know, I tend to work very much in spurts and starts. I will say, Woody, that a thing that has been quite funny to me is that once I started streaming, and as I've taken streaming more seriously, the amount of time I spend chatting in people's stream chats has declined. Just kind of generically. It has just kind of generally go down. I am more likely, my relaxation is more likely to be pretty offline. And again, like, my favorite hobby has pretty much always been, like, cooking, and has pretty much been cooking and, like, working out and, like, talking to friends. And yeah, you've got it. You absolutely do. You absolutely. And also, hello, Sugiyama. Hello, hello, hello. Always good to see you here, Sugiyamagawa. Very cool dude here. But yes. I don't know. I'm feeling like weirdly. Somehow I feel like I've been streaming for like an hour, even though it's only been like 20 minutes. That's so strange. That's so strange. I'm at a level of antsiness. But yeah, this question of like expertise, and I'm going to be riding the cocky high of the amount that I got yelled at. The amount that I got yelled at during the initial phases of the Ukraine war. I just it's the people thought that the consensus opinion for a lot of, in like 2021, there's a very strong consensus opinion that Russia could not just that if Russia decided to invade westward, they would be in Paris in like 3 weeks. That, like, they wouldn't get halted by Kiev, they wouldn't get halted by Warsaw, they wouldn't get halted by Berlin. They would just hours to take each of those. Which I don't even have particularly specialized knowledge. I just know that cities are very hard to take. That's kind of it. That's kind of it. And so it's kind of interesting. It was kind of interesting, this analysis on like how domain-specific experts develop certain types of biases that cause them to misunderstand things about their own field. And it was really interesting because the way I actually got exposed to it was a reaction to it from one of these domain-specific experts who felt that it was pretty unfair. Who felt that it was pretty unfair to even look at prediction as the important thing. That prediction is not actually what most of these guys are interested in doing or attempting to do, in no small part because when you're talking about like major political decisions, you care about predictions insofar as somebody might make them into a policy. And it turns out that experience in the policy field will teach you that the people you're giving advice to probably already decided what they wanted to do before they even asked you. That they don't tend to talk to analysts and then try to figure out what is possible or advisable and move from there. They start with an emotional commitment to achieving something, and then they are just kind of looking for permission. Difficulty in taking cities, something I learned in Rome Total War. Well, and it's one of those things that's actually kind of interesting that cities are considerably harder for modern militaries to take than Romans. Than they were for the Romans. The Romans were exceptionally very, very strong at taking cities. We actually still have some existing Roman siege works are just still standing to this day. That should give you an extent of how ruthlessly potent the Romans were at taking settlements. The thing is that industrial cities have weirdly proven the defender's advantage has weirdly escalated in the era of industrialization. It's one of those things I think is a kind of counterintuitive expectation, because you kind of think that because one of the big effects of industrialization is that equipment becomes much more specialized, and the ability of the overmatch between a well-equipped force and a less well-equipped force is really dramatic with modern arms and armor, right? They're really much more dramatic than they were at any pre-industrial point. And even then, some of those were pretty dramatic. But oddly, fighting in a city actually narrows that a lot, and there's a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage being done to the attacking party's ability to get things done. And so, in a modern city assault, in a true full settlement assault, you have to fight room by room. You have to clear individual room by individual room. And modern industrial cities are the types of arms that we have developed in the modern world have made it so that under-equipped forces are just able to fight back in surprising and shockingly deadly ways, right? And so modern city assaults are incredibly brutal. Yeah, and it's like I said, the Romans were very good at it. There are a couple of ancient powers that were really, really good at city assaults. So, the Romans, the Neo-Assyrians. Yeah, guerrilla tactics can work in modern cities. And it's not drones have escalated it, Woody, but it's honestly rifles. It's honestly rifles and like basic explosives. Not even particularly complicated explosives, but basic explosives. Just your hand grenades and your IEDs make it just so expensive and so costly and so painful to take a city. And I don't even know what the math is anymore. I know that the siege of Jerusalem, the Romans, I think, took the city by storm with 60,000. Hello, Furo. I learned that the Italians plan to, nuclear Isonzo? Oh my god. Oh my god. Isonzo was... What a ridiculous... What a ridiculous location. Okay, so yeah, the Romans had 48,000 at the siege of Jerusalem in 70. Thank you, Wikipedia. Thank you, Wikipedia. And I mean, you know, I don't know what the population of Jerusalem at that point was, but it was probably like 100,000 or so. I would kind of guess, definitely far under 1 million. And yeah, they fought house by house, and they fought house by house. Nuclear artillery, danger closely. Oh my god, that's a wild choice. And also one of those things, Woody, that I always like to highlight is that one of the more famous ancient military commanders, that's how he died. That is how Pyrrhus of Epirus died. Supposedly, right? That's the claim, is that he got beamed with a ceiling tile. He got brained with a ceiling tile, and that's how one of the more famous ancient military leaders of them all left this mortal coil. It was not in any of the dozens of battles he fought. He just got some supposedly old lady is the Roman siege. It's an important one. It's an incredibly important one. It's probably the most famous one. It's certainly the one that I thought of first. The other one would be I actually forget the name of it, but the one that ended the Gallic Wars is the other like big Roman siege. But you know, there's the Numantine siege. There's Zama, right? There's Zama. Alexander the Great, it's not entirely clear exactly what he died from. He almost certainly died from some sort of pathogen. You know, he died very young. He died almost certainly of some sort of disease. Some people think that he probably was not actually dead when he was buried. He was like paralyzed based on like looking at other diseases that likely would have struck. He did have a fever. And he did, you know, pass into unconsciousness, and then at some point between then and now, at some point in the intervening 2,300 years, he died. Yeah, and it's there was actually a kind of interesting little discourse about Alexander going around the statue avatar Twitter world. Oh man, those goofballs. That like the right and proper thing to do as a Western person is to basically worship Achilles. And also the reason why you should do that is because Alexander worshipped Achilles. And I think that's weird on two counts. I think that's really weird on two counts. I think that Homer is deeply ambivalent about Achilles, right? I definitely do not read the Iliad as a like, check out this Achilles guy and how cool he is. I kind of think that that's a really weird way to read a poem that opens up with, you know, sing, O muse of the rage of Achilles. And that's that it's about to me it always read very straightforward, not even straightforward, it read very much as a story. Like, Achilles is a, like, huge asshole who absolutely hurts his own allies and friends constantly because he's a blood drunk thug. Tyler from Fight Club is the good guy somehow. That is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. It's I mean, it's worth... I will say that in general, I think it's pretty permissive to look at a piece of art that has a clear bad guy and just be like, yeah, but I think the author's wrong. Right? I think the author has made a villain who is correct. Right? I think, as much as I don't think that Tyler is an accurate one, like among people who I know, right, that's something that people did a lot with Black Panther, right, is that people looked at Black Panther and said, Killmonger, literally named Killmonger, was right. Yeah, that is a bit different. It is... I am just saying that that's less of a thing that bugs me, I guess. It's something that I kind of accept that people are going to do. Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, like, if you believe in a sort of, like, tragic, heroic masculinity, any story where the good guy is a super macho dude who gets destroyed by the world because he does stupid shit is a heroic figure, right? If you believe in this stuff. Like, that's just an affirmation that that you have a correct view about the world. That this stops being a story. This is not a morality play about a guy being a jackass. It's a morality play about a martyr, right? It's a martyr narrative, and you know, that's something that, like, it doesn't really, it's not, I only really feel like having this conversation, I should say that the part about this conversation I'm really trying to have is that I don't think it's something that can be fixed with, like, media literacy. That's the big thing. It's like, I'll see people like, oh, this is like a problem of media literacy, and it's not. It's a values issue. It's a values issue. That, like, there's no amount of media literacy that will cause somebody to have a different set of values. Right? That's kind of what I'm going for. Is if somebody has just like values that are incompatible with your read, yeah, there's always a interface between the art and the audience, right? There's always an interface between the art and the audience. I could absolutely imagine that there is somebody out here who watches my streams and thinks that I am supposed to be a satire of a loony lefty, right? That I'm just doing the Colbert Show, but reversed, and that everybody's laughing at me, and that's the joke. That I'm actually a super right wing guy, and this is all a big joke. It's, I mean, Dune is such a weird book. I don't entirely know how to parse Dune sometimes. I kind of don't want to go and reread it, if I'm honest. Kind of don't feel like rereading it. Did not hate the Bene Gesserit enough. It's, man, it's, I don't entirely know how to parse that out sometimes, because, like, I've never thought that hard about where Frank Herbert falls on gender. Because, like, Frank Herbert was, like, a huge contrarian asshole. Frank Herbert was, like, a huge contrarian asshole, and by which I mean, like, he was, like, an environmentalist and a, like, Native American rights guy, which are cool positions to have, but he held those positions because he was trying to troll California lefties in the 1960s. Like, his start point was, like, I hate my neighbors. and then he just started like he was like a Nixon kind of guy. He was like a Nixon voter on Native American issues, which is just like what are we talking about here? What the hell's happening? Real weird guy. From Children and God Emperor. I read the first 2 Dune books. I did not go very far with the Dune series. My experience with Dune was I read the first Dune and I said, wow, that was a pretty good book. And then I read the second Dune and I go, wow, that was a huge drop in quality. And then I never picked up the third book. Oh, Ursula Le Guin is the opposite, right? Like Ursula Le Guin's just like based as hell. Ursula Le Guin just like never, just constant W's. I have gotten deep enough down the Le Guin hole that I have managed to read several books of hers that I just actively do not like. And I think it's interesting, like, what the commonalities are between the books that I don't like. Because they don't have that much in common. They do have I think that there's a general issue with the books by Le Guin that I don't like. And my first thought, right, is that they mostly come out when she lacks the confidence of her convictions. When she writes books that are kind of extrinsically motivated, I think they're a lot worse. The one that I read recently that I didn't think was good was The Word for World is Forest. I did not think was good. And it's because it's too much of a political allegory. It's too much of a political allegory. She was very much a political writer. Tehanu's like the best book ever, man. Tehanu's so good. I love Tehanu. Tehanu's incredible. Tehanu's so good. Like Tehanu may be the best fantasy book of all time. Easy recommend. Oh yeah, no, it's a huge, I don't know how much it's a revision. It's a huge revelation, right? I felt like it didn't contradict the earlier books, but it did elucidate, right? It did illuminate them in a new way. It's a huge perspective shift. It's an enormous perspective shift. It's an insane perspective shift. It's oh, please enjoy Rainworld. Yeah, please. Don't worry about it. I know that I'm second monitor content for a lot of people. I'm going to be doing calligraphy, and so I'm expecting a lot of people to just be like here, like doodling and co-working, and I know Woody's got some programming that he wants to do that he probably shouldn't do. Like, yeah, it's I don't worry about it. In your sick bed straight doing nothing. I hope the cats are keeping you company. I hope the cats are keeping you company. I mean, you said you got like 1 hour of sleep last night, so, you know. Oh, hell yeah. One of them guarded you all day. Perfect. Good for her. Fingers to stop cracking so you can restring your bases? Oh. The only moisturizer that I have found works well for me is shea butter. Just pure shea butter, nothing else. Just pure shea butter. It's the only thing that really seems to make a difference. And now you've made me self-conscious about how dry my hands are. And when we get to the ad break, I may moisturize my hands before we get started. Yeah, you're actually kind of making me La Roche-Posay-Lipicar. I don't know what that is. La Roche-Posay-Lipicar. And I don't have especially dry hands, it's worth saying. I don't have a... Oh, interesting. 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 I have a friend who has eczema, and You think this stuff works? You think you're a fan of this stuff? You're a fan of this stuff? I will try to remember that. I'll try to remember that. You are that friend with eczema? Actually, you're not. It's another friend with eczema. It's another friend with eczema. But yeah. Oh, yeah, no, now I remember you telling me that. I forgot that you told me that. But yeah, no, no, I have more than one friend with eczema. It turns out that that's not like a party role that you get to take and be the only one. You can't have dibs on the eczema. You don't get to have dibs on the eczema. It's not like oh. It's not like being the tank in World of Warcraft. I mean, you're doing guitar, or bass or something. Like that's a sport that is pretty harsh on the fingertips, right? Like I just paint and do I just paint and do calligraphy. That's not particularly harsh on the. There's not like a lot of like rubbing. That's not like a lot of rubbing. Some of the thinners are pretty brutal. Yeah, that I am painting with acrylics, so the only thinner I'm actually using is I'm mostly using water. Well, I guess I'm also using this like acrylic medium, thinner medium, which is what is in here? That's a lot of languages. C MIT 3 to 1. I don't actually know what that is. ISO and acetone will dry your skin out like crazy. Please have a good night, Woody. Please have a good night. Please have a good night, Woody. Please, people. Woody is super cool. Please do give Woody a checkout. Please do give Woody a checkout. Ugly little sunspots and scars from when you picked at your skin. Oof. I don't like my skin, but it's not because it's like rough or anything like that. I just aesthetically think it's like a weird skin tone. But I appear to be alone in this feeling, so I'm not gonna try to fight about it. I might run the ads. Now feels like a good time to run the ads. Also, hello, Almantas OS. We're a few minutes out from ads, and I think I'm gonna run the ads, and then I'm gonna fill up my water, run the ads, and set up the hand cam. So I will be back in a few minutes. Please, folks, enjoy the fan art gallery. I do need to update the fan art gallery. We've gotten, I think, 4 since the last time I updated it. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, hello everyone. I'm back. Apologies. Let me put the droid cam on. Okay, and let me change the stream category while I'm thinking about this. Edit stream info. Art. Yeah, let's do reading and writing. Let's do reading and writing, and... Alright. Hello, Theo. I originally tend to be productive at work today, but there was an AI summit that also pushed stand-up. Incredible. 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 You know, what are you even supposed to do with that, right? An AI summit. What is one even supposed to do with an AI summit? Another day of Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft, and at this point I'm like, I think I'm a little bit afraid to do so. I think I'm a little bit afraid to do so. Can technically be a city builder if you build a city by hand. A lot of the I've played games I think are Minecraft adjacent, and the more time you spend manually building things, the kind of like less interested I get in them. Like it's I really I do crave the automation. People have joked about me being a like Undertale Andy, but to some extent I'm like even worse about like Factorio. Hello 123 Arrow 25. This is most mod packs. Since when do I have an adorable pet? Since the fall. Since the fall. Also, what are you doing awake? Hold on a second. Mabel, are you okay? Are you okay? You wanted to say hi? Okay, okay. If you're just up here for a minute, that's fine. That's fine. I was just really worried that you were like sick or having like really horrible insomnia. But yes. Tell me about it, Mabel. Tell me about it, Mabel. Also, hello Tohu and hello Itsy Bitsy Bones. For people who watch me, Mabel is worth knowing. Mabel is worth knowing. Mabel is a lot me if a different route in my life had been taken. There's a fork in the universe. There's a multiverse theory here, and Mabel is very much me from a different universe. But she is one of my favorite people in streaming. I was actually writing up a response to something in our DMs. I'm not going to talk about it on stream, but there was something that you said like days ago that like has like kind of stuck in my head, and I've been thinking about it for like a couple of days because I'm a very slow thinker. And hello, Sea Pikachu. Hello, hello, hello. There was a very funny thing where Mabel posted like a little image about how like, yeah, if I write you something that means I love you. And it was in like a kind of like cursive style font. It was in a kind of like cursive style font. And like half the replies were people being like, yeah, you know that nobody knows how to read cursive. And I was just like I understand. It mostly kind of drove me nuts because like that wasn't like challenging cursive. That wasn't like I know that this is hard to read, right? That Gothic is hard to read, and that's a non-trivial percentage of like why we don't use it very much, right? But like that was just like what English looks like. I don't know. I'm like driven a little bit nuts by the fact that like there are people who just like, well, like there's definitely layers of cursive, right, Tohu? Because like I've read journals from the 18th century, right? I have read 18th century and 19th century manuscripts, and like it can be hard to read, right? It can be hard to read. But like the one that Mabel posted was just like, this is just like English, right? This is just like English where the letters are connected. This is just like a normal writing. Hello, Flea Flicker. Oh yeah, Tohu. That's like as like there's an entire subreddit about handwriting, and like a lot of what happens there is that people will post like, hey, I found this letter from my grandfather. What does it say? And like sometimes it's like legitimately hard. Like I say this again as a person who has read like quite a lot of different people's handwriting in quite a lot of contexts. And like sometimes people's handwriting is really just hard to read. Even if it's neat, right? The big problem with cursive, and honestly with a lot of letter forms, it's honestly the problem with Gothic, is that it's very easy to create methods of writing where several of the letter forms converge on each other. Yeah. I mean, my cursive can be very illiterate. It can be very like illegible, right? Like my cursive is not normally remarkable, but like this is one of those things that I'm actually like I get a little bit annoyed about amateur education reformers, in no small part because professional education reformers are often huge assholes who spread insane ideas. But wow, I am not consistent today. But yeah, where was I going? But yeah, I find that using watching stream probably a lot like talking in your life. Nice. That I actually think cursive was one of the more useful things I learned in school. I don't end up using it very often anymore, so I'd have to like I'd probably have to spend a little time practicing in order to get back up to it. But for a lot of my life, I've been able to write. So so like I learned both cursive and typing in school. And hello, Vera Valkyrie. Ooh, that's very good, Tohu. That's very good, Tohu. That's very good. Congratulations. Which one is my favorite? My favorite fountain pen of the ones that I own is this Faber-Castell. This Faber-Castell Tomaten is my favorite. My only problem with it, personally speaking, is that it's a European medium nib. And I mostly actually end up using my fountain pens for writing in Japanese, which European medium is really annoying to write in Japanese with. So the most often, my daily driver is actually my Pilot Metropolitan, which is a Japanese fine, which is a much, much easier to write kanji in a Japanese fine nib. All right. Is this one inked up? It's out of ink. Yes, it is. This is Asagao. I don't have Konpeki. I do have Asagao, and I used to have Amairo. You want to try a smaller nib? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the two fountain pen nerds you talk to are me and May, and we both prefer super small nibs. I mean, probably because both of us are, like, use it for Japanese. But yeah, like, I learned cursive and typing in school, and as far as my writing in... I type at, like, 90 words per minute. Which, as far as I know, is considered quite fast. But I can't do steno. I can't do steno, and, yes, I am, and I am Madra Mimi. Got back this afternoon. I can't do I can't do, like, full-speed steno with a computer, but I can do it with cursive. Which is, like, honestly has proven to be really useful. And people be like, oh, but, like, why would you ever handwrite when you can type? It's like, well, in order to do, like, full steno, you need to be able to, you need, like, 200 words per minute. And so, like, I don't think I'm actually an amazingly fast handwriter. I think I'm a fairly fast handwriter, but not like an insanely fast one. I think I'm substantially more above average with typing. Yeah, with QWERTY I can't do it at all. And you guys learned Dvorak? Interesting. I never learned Dvorak. I only know QWERTY. I know QWERTY and Swipe. Also, hold on. Let me give a shout out to the Madra that memes. The Madra that memes. How are you doing, Mimi? By the way, how are you doing? I know that you've been sick. Mimi. I hope that you're feeling better. Whatever's been going around has been getting everybody. This is Asagao. This is a Roshizoku Asagao. I am in a Roshizoku, partisan. I was about to say something else. You're getting better. Excellent. Hold on a second. brown lip stain that I think you'll vibe with. I am excited to see, Mabel. I'm excited to see. Is everyone sick right now? Yes. Yes, everyone is sick right now, Dizzy. The only reason why I'm not sick is because I got better. I got better, like, yesterday. Like, yeah, that's what I've seen Tohu Bohu, is that, like, it doesn't seem to actually matter very much. You're sick in the head. Oh, I mean, that seems to be what's going on, actually. I know that you're trying to joke, but, like, I was just congested. It wasn't until yesterday I could breathe normally without taking Afrin. Also, apologies specifically to Tohu if I pronounced that so badly that it hurt your head. It's not a IUPAC name, so I have no idea how it's supposed to be pronounced. Very bad A there. I would say so, Theo. I would say so, Theo. Congestion and runny nose? Yep, that's what it was like for me. Oh, yeah, I know that you were very excited about the purples. Yeah, hold on a second here. I'm gonna check something. Here. Yeah, that's kind of my general understanding, is that, Yamabudo. Okay. I know I've hurt your head other ways, but, I was mostly apologizing not because of that. I was apologizing because of, because of your field of work. Oh, hell yeah. This is such a cool trick, assuming I executed it correctly. Hold on a second, I gotta, oh, because, Afrin is a drug. Aren't you? I thought you were a biochemist. I thought you were in, like, pharma. Just doesn't come out good in pen. Yeah, that's the reason why I'm so picky about, that's the reason why I'm so picky about, why I've become, like, an Oroshizoku partisan, is because they just, like, yeah, I wasn't really expecting you to know them all, but, like, I really don't know if it's supposed to be Afrin or Afrin or Afrin. Yeah, they are. They're nonsense words. Again, if it's an IUPAC thing, I feel fairly comfortable with my pronunciations, but for actual brand names, I'm like, I have no idea. So this is a trick that is really part of the pilot ecosystem. Just supposed to sound vaguely Latin. True. And also, hello, RF Comos. This is a pilot-specific trick that I don't do very often. Which is that if you touch tips. If you touch tips between two pilot parallels that are inked with slightly different inks, it'll create a transition. Yeah, it'll create a transition ink. I mean, isn't that just a British versus English thing? British versus English. A American English versus a British English thing? I didn't know that until like a couple years ago. Like I like remember like seeing like some like a like Harris Bomber guy talking about paracetamol, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Sorry, apologies. Is that in Europe? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It could just be literally just like different legal jurisdictions. Oh. That's like closed. N-acetyl-parapaminophenols. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that it's... For most jobs, you don't really need to type that fast. I can do 90, but that's frankly mostly a parlor trick. Because again, like, in order for... Like, there's a useful breakpoint at 200. There's a really useful breakpoint at 200 because that's human speaking speed. And if you can pull 200, you can do full steno. But that's really high. Right? That's really, really high. And, like... I will say, Gringotts, that when I was doing, like, labor stuff, we did occasionally have jobs that just full-on required 60. Not usually. 45 was common. That's really fast, though. That's really fast. You know, I'm probably just gonna experiment with this gradient trick a whole bunch, just partially because it's using up some Yamabudo. But also because it's something like I literally haven't done in years. I don't know RF Comos. I do know that steno keyboards are different, but I don't know, I don't know, like, how different it is, because I never learned, right? Oh, that's a mistake right there. Something that like air typing it out. Huh. That's pretty interesting. I need to take this a little bit more seriously. I'm writing like ersatz Fractor right now. Hey, that the Backroom's hot sauce is a real product you enjoy. Lol. Easy for you to remember 3D shapes. I'm pretty good with 3D shapes. But I don't think I'm that good. I usually don't have a lot of trouble with like navigating buildings, and with I don't usually have a ton of trouble with it, but I don't think I'm nearly perfect. I have generally considered it my facility with 3D objects and shapes to be something of a strength. So I'm just really being bothered by the fact that a lot of my parallels are off tonight. 75 is not bad. 75 is not bad. Drive is in fact quite good. Hacking exercises, yeah. I do wonder if I should put in some time and effort into trying to get my words per minute up. 1 second here. No. There we go. I think it should be better. Sorry, just messing around with my camera a little bit here. I should do some experiments with this just to see. I should actually like try to keep track of this. It's kind of surprising how fast, how sharp it is at the when it wears off. Right, like it's instant right there. Oh, I love you too, Mabel. All right. Date with a book husband. Yes, yes. Hello, Connie VT. But hold on. Yes, Mabel. Bedtime for Tohu. Have a good night. Love you, Mabel. Thank you for stopping by. It's so rare I get to see you at this time of night. Yeah. So the husbando, as they say, a husbando. Yeah, real men are gross. Except Al. Do I need to contact Stray? Yeah, it's like, hold on, did I miss something here? I think you've got a lot of good boys in your channel, to be honest, in your chat. I think your folks are charming, and not just because like half of them are. Okay, I want to test this out. Well, I'll give it a second. But yes. But yes, have a lovely night. Enjoy your reading. I will... Are you streaming tomorrow, Mabel? I think I catch like 75% of your streams. Not nearly enough to like build up a decent streak, but I think I catch the majority of your streams. Oh yeah, movie night. But yes, folks, my folks. Max Forge. Shout out at Max Forge. Hello, Max Forge. How was Dead as Disco? For the Raiders, I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am doing calligraphy today, and you have reminded me that I need to do something that's an important part of my calligraphy streams. An important part of the calligraphy streams. Well, I think we got one more sheet left on this pad. One more sheet left on this pad. How is Des sick nasty? Who knew you at Oshieling? I keep on forgetting to even think about doing any events other than Offkai and Magfest, because I kind of don't like traveling. But I really should hit the convention circuit more. Paluskia, thank you. And also welcome into Water Bear Adventure. I love the name. I love tardigrades. And also welcome into PP the Fruge. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the tardigrade. But yes. If you need to... Oh, and PP the Fruge. Thank you for the follow. Yes, I am a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. I do calligraphy, and I talk a lot about history, and I also paint models. Oh, hold on. This one's not inked. Give me a moment here. Asen and Otakuthon. Uh, mm, 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 uh, Let me ink this one up. Yeah, I am, I don't know, I'm just like, I'm just not a leaving the house kind of guy. Hello, Veife. Hello, Veife. Isn't that, like, really challenging? Like, as a stream type, isn't that, like... really difficult? Like, like, going out into the real world. Yeah, no, it's the, I actually learned recently that, that the, like, the setup for IRL streaming, as they call it, where you walk around with a backpack that's full of, like, half a dozen different hotspots, where you have like half a dozen different backpacks. You have a backpack with like half a dozen different hotspots in there, so that you that are all dynamically working with each other to make sure that you're always getting the best connection. That those that style of doing things. This was actually really funny. Apparently the person who pioneered that. Oh, it's expensive and complicated. Yes. But the pioneer for that style of technical solution was fucking Gunrun. Yeah, it was Gunrun. It was Bishoujo Gunrun. Yeah, absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Small world, and not just like in the like abstract sense. He made a version of it. Yeah, he made a version of it. He's associated with it. I don't know if I from reading the descriptions of it briefly, because I learned this via Sklimbo like yesterday. The understanding I kind of have of it from that is that he popularized a version of it, and that the way that he did it is now kind of considered like really out of date. Just has too little redundancy, from what I can tell. That's kind of what it sounded like. That's pretty strange, Theo. That's pretty strange, Theo. No unrecognized charges. So just use your email. It's possible that this Igor character This Igor character misentered your email. They tried to they made a sincere typo on another email that's similar to yours. Yes, yes, you can, Veife. You can, absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely, that is extremely allowed. Oh, I never set up a. Hold on. Let me grab the information. Hold on a second. Sorry, this is yes. Yes, there we go. There we go. There we go. That's where you can commission me. That's where you can commission me. It looks like I'm playing a game. Hello, Fenrir Angel. Hello. As in, like, my category looks wrong? I think I thought I said to reading and writing. Table cells mixed up at Davis. Nice. Oh, interesting, Fenrir Angel. Nope, nope. This is my handwriting. That's cute to know. That's cute to know. Correct. It's my handwriting and my hand that is writing. These are so true. Hmm. See your foot writing? Oh my goodness, that would be an insane stream. It's crazy enough that I was able to even get anything done with my left hand. When I was on the left-handed training arc. Alright, how do I want to do this? Max Forge VT. Two-handed handwriting, yeah. I don't know about that, man. I've got no ability to evaluate that. Like, I don't know what people are talking about when they talk about, like, good-looking feet. Like, I just don't know what people are talking about. I can look at feet and I can be like, oh, those look, like, physically painful, right? Like, that I can notice, right? That I can notice. Is that... Like if somebody's got like if they're like really like cracked and dry, I'm like, oh, that looks uncomfortable. But like other than that, I don't know what people are talking about. I suspect some people are being non-genuine. That's entirely possible, right? That's entirely possible. Some people are doing it for the meme. Memeing themselves into being feet guys. I do have a VTuber friend who is like a very, very open and enthusiastic foot fetishist. I guess I could ask her to explain what the hell is happening. But I think to her, she just was like, yeah, I just think they look nice. Mara Eventry. Mara Eventry is like a very, like, open and enthusiastic foot fetishist. Like I said, I don't get it, but, like, that's what she's into. Yeah, I think you've mentioned that to me before, Gringotts, that, like, it's like there's, like, an actual crossover. Like an actual, like, physical, neurological crossover. Which I think is kind of interesting. Humans are weird. Yeah, I will admit that I have a very, like, I have a bias about this, which is that I have generally found that claims that we have located something in the brain, that like we have found cognition as physical locations. It's not always overstated, but my first instinct is that it's being overstated when I hear about it. I know that there are places where it's pretty strong, but I am... I have seen a lot of times where it's been very profoundly overstated. And so... I tend to respond to claims about such with a lot of skepticism. Yeah, it's and Dizzy, I would say that like the way that it has been presented to me over the years is people seem to think that we were on the verge of being able to create a full analog replica of a human brain, like create an artificial one-to-one human brain by like 1975. Like that's the degree of overstatedness that I've heard over the years. So like I have developed a pretty very basic, not like very expert not at all expert like skepticism, right? Like I received a second email. Does it say the order bounced because they didn't have the right credit card information? Because that'd make perfect sense. Two Raspberry Pi 3s. Someone's exact address in Tejas. That's not great to have. I don't feel like I should have anybody's address. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll have to take a look at it later, Veife. Also, hello, beautiful angel. Hello, beautiful angel. How are you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight? It is late o'clock. I'm surprised. Also, we're about to have ads. I am curious about how this gradient will turn out. Assuming it turns out. Bookbinding is going to be considerably pricier. Calligraphy is honestly a pretty cheap hobby. That's not a great gradient. Into a charity thing, and it'll be sore from playing golf tomorrow. Oh. Ooh, the golfer. The golfer. I can't even remember the last time I played golf. And no, I don't count golf with friends. Oh, Ploppy Princess, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh, enjoy walking. Enjoy walking. You haven't picked up a club in 20 years. Nice, nice. So say we all. Okay. Okay. I will be back in a few minutes. We're going over to the ads. I need to get up and stretch. My butt hurts right now. We'll be back. Yes. Thank you for the first time chat, Ploppy Princess. We'll be back. We'll be back. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back. You received a VTuber themed microcontroller in the mail. That rocks. That rocks. You should make sure to inform Kari of this. One of these days I'll figure out a camera position that makes me happy. Oh, that's interesting. That's really wet right there. No wonder it looked weird. Then I just think the orange plus blue. I mean, probably not. I mean, you informed me first, but Kari would love that. Kari is, one, much more of a computer nerd than I am, and two, much more of a VTuber than I am. I mean, not to be gatekeepy about it, but I am kind of not the most in the loop, right? I'm certainly no scholar of VTubery. Ugh. F. It's supposed to be a Q, and I just literally wrote a G. Good S. Bad P. Ooh, boy. Ah. Hmm. Hold on a second. Hmm. Not sure how I feel about this. I feel like my motor skills are betraying me a little bit. What's going on there? Let me... Okay. Big chug. I'm gonna do some Cadell experiments. Let's... Camera... False Cadell down there. Might still be the right move. Might literally just be the word, but I almost never do false Cadells. Hello, just hanging out. 7.5-ish mile hike. Congratulations. Next stream... Today's Tuesday, right? Hold on, let's pull up the schedule. I've got the schedule. 'Cause I usually don't stream Wednesdays. Thursday, 10 p.m. Thursday, 10 p.m. Yes. Thursday, 10 p.m. Had to really, yeah. This is why it's valuable to. I wrote it down so I wouldn't have to remember. Hello, Icarus. Hello, Icarus. Good to have you. Good to have you here. But yes, next stream is Thursday at 10 p.m. Have a good night. Have a good night. I'm also just forgetful. No. Just hanging out asked. Just hanging out literally asked, when's the next stream? I'm planning on going for, like, at least 2 more hours. I'm probably not going to be doing a super long stream, because I woke up early today, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I'm quite tired. I'm more tired than I feel like I'm justified in being. No more kitties. Yep, I am de-kittified. I'm catless. They are pretty good cats. They're pretty good cats. Well, no, I don't know how strong an opinion I have on that kind of subject. I find cats easy to get along with, so I don't know how much I would be able to spot like a bad cat versus a good cat, right? Non-discerning. Unrefined palate. All the cats you've sat for turned out very needy, clinging around me. One of them was, the other one wasn't. One of them was a lot more reserved, which I was told about, like in advance, which is fine. You know, different cats have different needs, right? Uh, 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 I don't like this. I don't like this at all. This isn't working for me. This is not doing anything for me. This is nothing. This one's been so far my favorite. Does it need something more? Does it need something more? I think it does. Like, this lower part's not particularly good, but this one I just don't like at all at a deep conceptual level. This one's okay. I think there's some elements of these two I can kind of like mix and match. The thin line loops. Yeah, I that's a trick that I use periodically. I could work that in more here. It's a little bit harder to do with these like curved ones. This is just like illegible. This is just like, this doesn't resolve at all visually. This is just gibberish. Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix. Oh, internet went goofy there for a second. This is actually... okay. Doing the curve is hard. So that's why I gotta practice it more, right? See, like that. Maybe. It's... The failure I did here, the big failure I did here was on the parallel. Was on keeping it parallel. The keeping it parallel is like its own kind of part of the tech. Not very good, but I think the concept has something to go for it. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. And yes, this is complicated. Yes. Hold on a second. I'm gonna stretch out my arm a little bit. Yeah, gotta do that kind of continuously, right? But yeah. Cadels are pretty complicated. Glasses are dirty. That might be part of the problem. These are T's. These are T's. And I'm not doing a good job on it, so you know. Okay, hold on. What's the swoop thingy? So this is the type of T that I'm working with here right now. This is the type of T that I'm trying to work with. And so if it doesn't look like that correctly, if it doesn't look like meaningfully like that, then that's because I've screwed up, right? That is what's happened. I am conceptualizing what to do here, and I don't like this concept even at all. I don't like it at all. It's not working for me at all. As even a concept. You think it looks pretty? It's not hitting. It's not hitting for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm. I know I'm a bit of a perfectionist. But it's not hitting for me. So it's not. It does not slap. I mean, the thing is like Cadels are always like this, right? A's are actually somewhat worse in Cadels for me. And I would have been in more trouble with several other letter forms, right? This is not like the worst one. But this one is I think this concept is the best I've got so far. I just need to I just need to practice with the proportions. So that's a bad start right there, right? Let's see. This is a bad job. Not at a conceptual level. I just messed up. Hold on. Let me think here for a second. Turn off Lightbox Goon, because Lightbox Goon is burning me. I gotta think about this for a second. I'm sorry, my brain just ground to a halt. My hands aren't cooperating with me, is what's happening here. My hands and brain are not cooperating. I need a change of pace. I need a change of pace. That's the part that I'm tilting out on. That's the part where I'm losing my cool, is the curves. But also my consistency isn't good, even on like simple letter forms. I'm struggling. So I'm I think I'm just tired, is what it is. I think I'm just physically tired, and that's causing me to not be steady, is what's happening here. So I'm just... Yeah, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. Yeah, that is fully accurate. That I am kind of brain foggy, and it's definitely hurting my ability to do calligraphy. I mean, honestly, it is tempting to have a Coke at 12:30 at night, and I think that's actually ultimately a bad idea. I think that's ultimately a bad idea. Oh. Ugh. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? My editing job is not a 9. My editing job is not 9 to 5. No, that is accurate. That is accurate. That is accurate. This is also kind of useful. Hold on a second here. Let me do another one. Let me do another one. Okay, this is something I've been thinking about. I think the vertical lines on my guidelines are actively misleading me. I think there's vertical lines on here. They're very faint, but I think they're actively misleading me. So I think I need to not use those. I think I need to not use those. I need to reprint the guidelines because I don't want them in portrait. I want them in landscape. So I need to do that anyway, but this is kind of interesting. Okay, I'm doing... Like, I need to keep the guidelines just in order to, like, keep them parallel, but I think for the verticality, for the verts, I just don't need to use guidelines. Let's do a hard one. Let's do a hard one. Yeah, that's better. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? Like, compare this to up here, right? This is, like, look how bad the parallels are here, whereas that's pretty smooth. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. But I think the actual thing I should do, what I think I should do is honestly switch over to gaming. I think I should play a game that's going to give me a little bit more intellectual support. Definitely not Dark Souls. Definitely not Dark Souls, because my hands still hurt from Dark Souls. Dark Souls is definitely right out. So maybe I just do some of this and just fiddle around a little bit. I don't want to do another, like, super short stream, because yesterday was a super short stream. Right. I do think so. I do think so. Have you ever played Potion Craft? I have played Potion Craft. I have played Potion Craft. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'm just looking at what I don't have it installed right now. I don't have it installed. Oof, I've got some games installed right now. Oh boy. Let's turn the Lightbox Cocoon off so I don't burn myself again. Let's see. There's some games on here I definitely don't want to play on stream. Certainly not right now. I don't want to play 1000 X Resist or Blippo or Dispatch right now. Those just don't sound good. Darkest Dungeon's actually a little bit tempting. I didn't really enjoy playing Darkest Dungeon off stream, but maybe on stream I'll enjoy it more. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is always viable to me. Grime. I've never done Hades 2. Yeah, I've been writing sideways. Yeah, I've been writing sideways. That's okay. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's zoom out a little bit, I guess. Let's zoom out a little bit. So this is my chest, right? This is the plane of my chest is coming this way, and if I try to write like this, right, it's actually super uncomfortable. It's actually super duper uncomfortable. It's enormously more comfortable to have, it's like, again, plane of the chest, and then arm like this. As far as I know, it's common. And because like otherwise I'm writing like this, and it's, I don't know how obvious it is. You can kind of see my chest right here a little bit in my lap. If I write like this, the meat of my forearm will be going directly onto the edge of the desk. That's like the biggest issue. So it'll be going directly onto the edge of the desk, and it will pinch very badly. So that's actually a non-trivial part of it, is that it'll pinch my forearm. Yeah, 45 or more is yeah, and it is a pretty sharp corner. Yeah. But yeah, turning the page at 45 or more is pretty common. For normal writing, I'm actually usually a little bit less sharp than I am for calligraphy. And on stream, I actually kind of feel a little bit motivated to try to keep it a little bit closer, because that also, if I have the Lightbox Coon practically up against my chest, that means that this camera and can actually be like in a reasonable location. Yeah, I don't get a scraping motion. There's no I don't get scraping because I don't move it that much. But it does pinch. The pinching is the problem. The pinching is the actual problem. That's the part that really bothers me. Yeah, I've actually never played Hades 2. I played a fair amount of Hades 1. I didn't get super far into Hades 1. I never got the real ending in Hades 1. I never got the real ending in Hades 1. So I don't think I'm super good at Hades. But I could fire up Hades 2 and see how I do. Yeah, I've got King Over the Bridge. Majesty, always a good backup plan. Majesty is always a great backup plan. I love Majesty. Majesty. I've got some city builders I haven't tried out yet. I have some city builders I haven't tried out yet, notably Pompeii the Legacy. I could show you guys Islanders, which is probably the most chill game I've got. I think Islanders is the most chill game I've got that will not just cause me to fall asleep. Oh, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Oh, Majesty is a classic. Majesty is a certified classic. When is Majesty's original release date? 2001. Majesty is a 2001 game. It's super old. It's great. It is great. It's very unusual. It's very unusual. It's very, very unusual. There's always Terra Nil. Terra Nil's another chill game. I'm trying to figure out what I'm in the mood for here, right? Like, I'm talking out loud. If you have thoughts, I'm happy to hear it out. But I'm largely talking out loud right now. I kind of try to make a decision, you know. There is Whiskerwood. Whiskerwood's always a serious option. Whiskerwood, Pompeii. RuneScape. It's not similar to RuneScape. At least I don't think it is. I haven't played RuneScape. My understanding in RuneScape is that you have a character. That's kind of my understanding of RuneScape, is that you have a character, which is something you do not have in Hello Noir. Hello Noir. Yes. Hello Noir. Currently, my brain has ground to a halt. How are you doing, dear? Sol Sesto. My brain has ground to a halt. I am a little bit tilted out on my calligraphy. The calligraphy is not being a chill time. It is being a very stressful time. And I kind of want to... I don't want to do like a 2-hour stream. Your brain is entirely cooked. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's well done. It's well done. You finished up rating. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. And yeah, I'm looking at... I'm trying to figure out something to do with myself to kind of rewrite my brain a little bit. You know, something I want to do something. I want to do something to kind of get the brain back on track. And because this is bad. This is unacceptable. So do a crossword puzzle. I'm so bad at crossword puzzles. I don't know if people know this, but I'm super bad at crossword puzzles. I'm in general bad at that kind of like lateral thinking, like trivia thing. Sudoku I'm okay at. Tradle and Redactyl I'm fairly good at. Hello, Wasteland. Hello, Wasteland. Flag Doku I'm okay at. Flag Doku I'm okay at. How are you doing, Wasteland? How are you doing, Wasteland? I'll be honest, I'm more thinking about, like, Hades and... I don't know. I think about Islanders or Whiskerwood or something like that. You're in bed and resting? Good. Good. You need to be getting lots of rest. You need to be getting lots of rest. You need to be resting a lot. And I'm really trying to resist the urge to just, like, do Helldivers. Which I don't think I'm gonna do. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Keep getting yelled at when you don't. You're gonna sleep soon or you come play? Yeah. Nah, don't worry about it. Get your rest. Get your rest, friend. We are going to go to the ads. Ads are coming on. Ads are coming on. I might do Islanders, because at least Islanders is super chill. Oh, it needs to be up for another hour in retrospect? Okay. Yeah, I kind of want to do something that's, like, uses some of my brain, but not, like... is not, like, a game with an actual plot line. I want something that's... I'm narrowing in. I want to do something that's, like... requires some thought of me, but... doesn't... art style, Islanders has an amazing art style. Islanders is beautiful. I might do Islanders. We'll be back in a few moments. I'm gonna get up and stretch and do probably a little bit of a workout. But we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. I literally disabled you. What the heck? Okay. 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 Islanders and Islanders. All right. Islanders. Another couple days of soft food. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. I'm just trying to figure out what they cover up in the... Okay, the bottom right button is actually kind of valuable. Bottom right's kind of valuable. We're gonna go over to frame. Oh, good call, good call, good call. Thank you, Galaxy Wolfstar. Okay, there we go. Thank you. That is done. The chillest city builder, and let's put that stuff away and move me to the top right. Okay, so let's explain what's going on here. Let's explain what's going on here. So, this is our island, okay? This is our island. You can see some trees, some beach, some cliffs, some flowers, a statue. This is our island. My score is over here. This is progress to the next island, which is important because here is what we do, right? We hit this button, and these are the buildings we get. I'm going to start with lumber. Lumber's a little bit easier to work with. So, I place down a lumberjack, and it gets points. You can see here, right? It gets points for sawmills, statues, and trees, and then gets negative points for being near lumberjacks. And the sawmill gets negative points for being near other sawmills, and then gets points for lumberjacks, warehouses, and the statue. So, only 4 if I play it up here, 9 if I play it up. That's actually not too bad of a play. That's not the worst play. You can see it's got a spherical influence. The sawmill has a bit of a narrower influence. I do think that the better play is to put them down here rather than up here. As much as this is like a not bad play up here, this is, I think, the strongest play is down here. Hello, Silver Tongue. Yeah. It's kind of interesting to think of it as a city builder because you is like the least human city builder. Sorry, I get negative 6 points if it gets too close to there. All of the humans here are very implied. And see, now I got enough points to get another pack of cards. They're gonna want me to do the farming pack because somebody don't like the farming pack. We may be wanting to try to get out of this island pretty quickly because it is so tight. Alright, I do not like this island, if I'm completely honest. And the thing about the brewery that's going to drive me a little bit nuts is that you actually kind of want hop fields and breweries near kelp. What are hop fields rules? Statue, brewery, oasis, and other hop fields. And Hopfield cares about Hopfield... Yeah, Seaweed Farm. Hopfield cares about Seaweed Farm. But wants to avoid other breweries. And you can see it's got a pretty long radius. It's got a pretty big area of effect. Let's take a look. So you get +4 for breweries, and you get +5. So we want to put down the hop first, and then the brewery. Do you care about statue? A little bit. I don't want to deploy too much stuff close to the statue because statues do really well with housing, which we haven't gotten any of so far. Okay. City pack. It's time for the city pack. So mansions... We have so little space. We have so little space. Oh, I got a spooky city center. Oh, the brewery is also Halloween themed. Huh, I didn't notice that. Alright. Let's see what I can do up here. May as well take shamans early. Oh. Don't know what the deal is with that. Oh, perfect. That's the one I want right there. Okay. And houses have a slightly better radius. Oh, definitely need fishers. Definitely need fishers. Fishers, do fishers need city centers and statues? And I don't think anything else. Getting a second city center this early feels crazy to me. They get +7 for the Fisher, and the Fisher gets +7 for the city center, so it doesn't actually really matter what order I put them in. Okay. I'm just going to play out this pack, and then I'm going to get out of here, because this is... I don't like this city. This is so claustrophobic. Yeah, put down fountains. There we go. That's a decently big play. Statue Park, Mansion House. Let's try to get the mansion squeezed in here. Huts are at least easy to work with. Kind of like working with huts. Okay, and squeeze another mansion up here. I don't think so. Drop that one. Some more easy plays over here. But yeah, this game is very much just kind of like a score builder, right? And you can tell that this is like supposed to be a city, but... Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. Good to see you. This is like notionally a city, but you can kind of tell like there's no people here. Right? Alright, yeah. Let's go to the next island. Cities don't feel alive at all. New Heroes game. I haven't played it. I haven't played any of the Heroes of Might and Magic games. People keep on recommending to me. I've never played them. Yeah, and this similar thing with Nebuchadnezzar, right? Like these cities are at least really pretty, but Nebuchadnezzar and that whole like Sierra style. Hello, Madra if you're still up. That whole Sierra style of doing things is very... Hello, Vovern. That whole Sierra style of doing things is very, like... sterile. So I definitely want to see if I can get a gold mine and a jeweler and some mansions around here. I'm going to try to save the statue for later. I'm going to do a lumber pack again. I find the farming pack way harder to play than the lumber pack. Here we've got, like... Yeah, this is going to clear us all the way to the first. That by itself will clear us all the way to the next card. You're going to keep making me do farming, aren't you? You're going to drag me to farm. May as well, like, re-familiarize myself with farming. You get 4 for fields, and the fields get 5 for mill, so I won't put down the mill first. New Heroes games, you can map templates instead of map scenarios. Oh. Huh. We gotta get started on cities, baby. I love cities. Do cities need a lumber mill? They do not benefit from lumber. They do benefit from masons. Masons are so good. Well, there's so many points here that's still, like, actually one of the best plays. It's, like, still a good mill. Still, like, a good lumberjack play. Okay, so we want to... I think around here? Interesting. Thank you, Hoomch. I don't know. Because, like, different games have had different approaches to that, right? Like, you know, StarCraft, it's all handcrafted maps, and then Age of Empires has always been procedurally generated maps, right? That's always been how they have done those things in those series. Okay, and I have a suspicion that this island is also not going to get up to a particularly impressive level, if I'm honest. I have a suspicion that this one is also going to be a pretty unimpressive island. Always the strongest when you got the window pop. Huh. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I am a known sicko for the Endless series. Yeah, let's just put down the sawmill right there. Kind of regret doing the shaman, because the shaman's, like, kind of bad. God, I love Endless Space. I am kind of tempted to just fire up Endless Legend 2 again, because I've got the demo for it, and they've been changing it a lot. I played it a little bit. I played it a little bit on prior patch versions. And I understand that they've changed it pretty significantly, because that's how games work. Right? Alright, let's... I am gonna need to start putting down these suburbs. I like Endless... I've never liked the Legend series as much as the Space series, which might just be like my own kind of general preference for science fiction over fantasy. Which is kind of an abstract preference, right? It's... Oh, I don't know why it keeps doing that. Wait, okay, let's work on creating the slummier part of the suburb over here. Fountain. Good. Here we can start getting a kind of decently sized play. Vaulters. Yeah, download Wikipedia on your phone. That rules. Then you'll be able to read Wikipedia when you're offline. That's a great idea. I highly recommend it, Theo. Vaulters was interestingly, like, I know it's like a very like protagonisty faction for the whole setting, but like I never got into Vaulters in either game. Like I kind of like being able to teleport. Hut. Interesting. There's some easy points right there. Huts want city center statue, shaman. Yeah, huts are crazy. I like huts. Oh, the puppets are awesome. But you're very rarely offline. Yeah, but now you don't have to be afraid of being offline. Right? Like you see the advantage, right? Parks. We're going for urban development, baby. That's pretty good right there. It's a pretty good mill. Don't have a lot of other things to do up on that hill. Mostly trying to build up towards the jeweler. There we go. Big swing. Big swing. Big money, baby. Do you get anything for parks? 3 points for parks. Do you get anything for fountain? 4 points for fountain. Okay, so... This is not going to be a super big swing of an island, but it's going to be a much better one. Never mind, we got a plateau. Okay, we're getting fairly up the tech tree if we've got access to the plateau. We don't have masons, unfortunately, which are one of my favorites. Tower? Tower's good. That's not a bad swing for a mill. That's pretty funny. 20 same price for the mill if I can get no overlap or 40. That's a good swing. That's a good swing. I'll take that for a mill. That's about as good of a mill as I got. Oh, a co-op city building. What is it? What is it? What is it? I'm literally looking for those. Literally am actually looking for exactly those. Yeah, this is what I thought. Kingfish. Hold on, let me look that up. Let me look that up. Kingfish City Builder. Literally looking for exactly that. Okay, I have a DM to make. I have a DM to make. Ah, it's TBA. Boo. Okay. And so, warehouses want markets, gold mines, mills, fishers, brickyards, masons, breweries, statues, sawmills, and seaweed farms. Okay, I do want to hold this guy until I can get a gold mine. I am really looking for the gold mine. That's the big thing I'm looking for. Okay, and second tower. Yeah, that looks super cool. That sounds super cool. One person controls the king, and that sounds super cool. Circus, I guess. I'm trying to get temple. Is what I'm really trying to get. I'm trying to get the temple. Temple and the jeweler. The commoners love the circus. It's actually not bad. Way too many parks. Gold mine, there we go. Gold mine's what I was going for this whole time. Do I have a jeweler's? Yes. Okay. What's the order on this? So, gold mines get 10 from a jeweler, and the jeweler gets 30 from a gold mine. So I'll put down the gold mine first. Yes. $56 points, baby. And should have put that down first. Okay, so it's a 25-point warehouse. It's actually not that impressive. Market. I do want to market. Not as much as I want a temple, but I do want to market. So they control the rate at which the lobsters die. I know that meme. That's a pretty decent meme. Huts are just powerhouses. Still getting 11 points for deploying this thing in range of 3 other lumberjacks. That's wild. I guess I'm doing an oasis. Which I don't love. I don't love the oasis. $24, $25, $45. Not gonna get much better than that. So let's undo that. Oh, who's raided me? Who's raided me? Who has raided me? Kirill, what were you up to? Were you doing origami? Were you doing origami? Were you orging your amis? Hello, raiders. Hello, raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am mostly a traditional artist. Underestimated your crane folding speed. Wow, I am so slow at cranes. But yes, for my folks, Orc Florist is a cool hipster who knows a lot about cameras and wine, and comics. I'm a big fan of the Orc. And for the people who rated me, I am mostly a traditional artist. I got a little bit tilted out by my calligraphy, which is the main thing that I do. I'm gonna put it up. But I am playing a super chill city builder right now. I am playing a super duper chill city builder right now. Well, let's go over here. I am playing a super duper chill city builder called Islanders. Oh, rest of your wine folding speed. You folded like 25 and 20. Ah, haha. Wine folding. And hello, of course, to Devatar, Gala Hughes, Plata _64, and Iagra. Hello to all of you. It is a pleasure to have you here. I hope you all had a lovely time with Kirill, and if you need to raid and run, please do not feel beholden to me. But if you want to stay here and chill out for the remainder of the night, please feel free to do so. I am going to do one of my little traditions that I like to do, which is write people's names as a thank you for rating me. Ooh, that raise $500 is really good. I like origami. I haven't done an origami stream in a long time. But I do like doing origami. It's nice. I mostly just make flowers. I don't tend to actually do cranes or other animals. I just have like a couple of flowers that I like to do. I just do them over and over again. And hello, Neon Yan Yan. Neon Yan Yan. There we go. Attempt to fold a crane one-handed. Attempt to fold a crane left-handed. I'm not particularly good at it. I haven't done it in a while. There we go. It's Orc Florist. Mega weird niche grenache sin salts blend from France. It was crunchy, fruity, and bright with an herby finish. Sounds like a lot of the roommates I've had. Alright, let's... Actually, hold on a second. I'm gonna turn off the droids. The cams. Thank you, Yagra. I thought I was funny there. But yes. We are playing super duper chill city builder Islanders. Super duper chill city builder Islanders. It is a game that is entirely about adjacency. There's no... The people are fake. The adjacencies are real. Tavern. Gotta be tavern. Oh, multiple shaman. I didn't set myself up super good for success here. If you set yourself up super good for success, you know, the tavern with you've got a brewery near like within like a hop, skip, and a jump of the city center. $17 is not too bad. Fountains don't benefit from... That's interesting. Not a super strong play for the fountain there. 25 points. Same play as the friggin' park. But the parks have good play over here. A crisp, juicy fruits. It's worth thinking about trying to create a second city center. Because I've pretty much... This is super cramped over here. We need a second city center. And I think over here is the place to go. I can afford to lose 2 points to give myself a little bit more breathing room. Yeah, this is the place to go. Put 1 down there for 0 points. Yeah. Why'd you do that? Theory of the Mass, insane. I see. You find red wine's too bitter, huh? I always find red wines very chemical tasting. That's why I don't like them. Temple, that's what I was going for, baby. Temple, yeah, this temple's gonna be a huge play. Yeah, 50 points. That's what I was waiting for. Just trying to create an excuse to get the temple out. I might try to just stall a little bit longer on the temple. Just for the sake of seeing if I... 31 is really good for a mill. I got a 40 for a mill earlier, which is crazy. 35. That's so much for a mill. Temple on a hill. So true. All right, this is just gonna be okay. Let's walls. That's what I was holding out for, is walls. Can I... Do mansions benefit from walls? Wall plateaus. Let's see, what order do I want to do? 10 points for the temple, and the temple gets 10 points per wall. Squeeze in any more of these little bastards. We're getting pretty close to the end on this. We are squeezing this one. $90-point temple. That's pretty good. That is pretty friggin' good. We'll take a Fisher at this point. Pretty bad warehouse play. Alright, time to start stuffing these guys together. Parks get how many points per house? 1. So it doesn't actually matter. The order doesn't actually matter. I guess I should probably put the parks down first because they're a little bit smaller. Oh, Tyru-Keen, welcome in, Tyru, welcome in, Wandering Ghost. What were you up to, Tyru? What were you up to? Is your model out yet, Tyru? Tyru_Keen. Tyru Keen is my dear friend Inari's editor. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you enjoying Little Witch in the Woods? How are you enjoying Little Witch in the Woods? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who love old thing. I talk a lot about ancient history, and I do calligraphy, and I am a big old goddamn nerd. I paint miniature. I am currently a little bit frustrated with my calligraphy, but I am still going to give you a little calligraphy shout out because I am a man of honor. And tonight we are playing a game called Islanders. I'm playing a game called Islanders, which is a minimalist city builder. I actually really like city builders, and it turns out that I've played a pretty large percentage of all of them. And so I'm playing one of the most minimalist ones, and we'll get back to it in a few seconds. Model reveals done. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It is super cute. It is super cute. Little Witch in the Woods is super cute. That's the only thing I really know about is this incredibly cute. Is this very, very, very cute. And I'm kind of wondering if they're ever going to get sued by Little Witch Academia. Because they really, that character design feels really close to me in my non-lawyery opinion. But yes. Where are we on time? Okay. I was like, I can feel the call of the bathroom, which usually means that we're close to the hour. Speaking of, for whatever reason, I don't know how I enabled it, but the city center has a Little Witch hat. Yeah, Little Witch Monopoly. Yeah, Little Witch Monopoly. But yes, this is a beautiful little minimalist city builder. You can see that you cannot see any evidence of actual citizens. There are just abstract buildings with no pathways or flow or anything. It is just what is near what. Oh, balloon. Gotta do balloon. I try to do seaweed farms like only at the very end of the game. I actually think they kind of suck. I get them early on this one thing, but this late in the game, it's like, oh, these guys just suck. Oh, it's been a while since I played, so I definitely did not make enough room for walls. Until I kind of screwed myself in not making more room for walls. 22 is pretty good. Monument! What's monument even use? Temple, city center, park, and statue. $48's pretty good. 39 gigabyte download. I missed what you were downloading, so I was like, it's Little Witch. It can't be. They can't be doing 39 gigabytes for Little Witch Academia. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make any sense. Oh, for Wikipedia, yeah, go for it. Yeah. I'm gonna hold off on building the balloon for a second, because the balloon just, like, doesn't care about anything. Or I should say, it cares about everything, but it can be built anywhere. Sure. Fisher over there. Sure, why not? Mostly trying to get rid of those things. Huts are so funny. I'm gonna do seaweed farm at this point. Even though, like, I know, like, the water plateau is definitely the way to go, it's still, like, sucks. Let's see, walls get how much from mansions 3, and mansions get how much from walls? Nothing, so put down the mansions first. They actually get negative. And seaweed farms need seaweed fields and statues. And seaweed fields want seaweed farms, plateaus, statues, and seaweed fields. That doesn't actually really matter very much. Okay, still trying to hold off a little bit on building the statue. See what I can get it with park-wise. 15 points for that park. 16 points for that park. Cool. Let's see about getting more houses. Wall plateaus. Wall plateaus are at least cute. Kind of. So funny. Good gravy. All plateaus are busted. And something like that. Okay. Don't really want to put a wall there. Ads are coming. Ads are coming. Another seaweed field down. I mostly just wanted to, this is mostly what I was looking for, is really about the opportunity to put down some houses. Oh, Miss Mochivis, hold on, Miss Mochivis. What were you up to, my dear? What were you up to, Miss Mochivis? Miss Mochivis. Overwatch. How was the watching of the overs? How did you gain many rank points? Did you get many rank points? Hello, hello, the lost spirits. Hello. How are you doing? Miss Mochivis has made some very lovely fan art of me, folks. She's a very sweet lady. She has made some very lovely fan art of me. Just chill casuals? I see. I think I've told this story a few times. I've told this story today, earlier. I have the problem with Overwatch of I am way too sweaty at Overwatch for my level of skill. I am like out here like studying optimal team comps and stressing out over like rotations and stuff like that, and then I'm like still in bronze. But yes, thank you for the raid. Climbing's a struggle on game. Yeah. I mean, the truth of the matter is, right, is like I think most people who watch me kind of know that I'm just like generically not good at video game. And particularly at anything that requires like reaction, right? And like situational awareness. So link it in the yeah, and like I said, it's just like I'm too sweaty, right? I'm just too sweaty, and I would like to be more chill, right, about games like Overwatch, but I'm just not. I just want to do a good job, right? I just want to do a good job. And I feel like I'm letting everyone down in the match if I'm bad at the game. And the Overwatch community will let you know that you are doing a bad job, right? Yeah, no, I'm a super tryhard. I care about doing a good job. All right, I really care about doing the best I can. And I feel really bad whenever I'm not doing a great job. And if it's like a single player game or something, it doesn't bug me too much, right? Like, but in Overwatch, right, like there's people counting on me. All right, we are going to ads. I did snooze the ads when you came in, so I could get this out. So you can see that I did your name, Miss Mochivis. My favorite story about playing Overwatch competitive was that I one time got up to silver. And then I got to silver 2 as tank, and then I lost 35 matches in a row. Which a lot of people don't know this, but if you lose 35 matches before you get your 5th win, they just kill you. They just D-rank you all the way to the bottom. They just absolutely murder you, and then I just didn't play. And it was in a row. I didn't even get a single win in those 35 games. I didn't get a single win. Didn't get a single win. All right. So, we're going to the ads. We'll be back in a few seconds. Enjoy the fan art gallery. I think at least one of Miss Mochivis is working there. All right, we're back. Folks. Oh, I'm gonna take a look at settings here. Oh, there's multiple. Oh, okay. Let's. Because I've only seen original before. Okay, so this is original. Oh, it just changes immediately. Oh wait, hold on. It doesn't. Yes. Okay. Current island will be reloaded, but you won't lose any progress. Okay, summer is really busy. Summer is crazy busy. Not sure how I feel about summer. Let's see, Valentine's Day, baby. Oh, that's crazy. I'm gonna do this for a minute. This is nuts though. This is nuts. This kind of sucks. This kind of sucks, but in a way that I think it's pretty funny. Um, 31 points for a house. Okay, yeah, can't build parks up there. That's pretty funny. Summer's crazy busy. Me when I run a restaurant with a patio in the location along winters. Yeah, baby. Alright, it's time for the big play. I should be able to get about 90 points, I think. 60, 85. That's... 85's hard to beat. Okay, yeah, we're at the point where they stopped actually even letting me test anything out. Okay. Hut. Hut, hut, hut. $15. I saw 15 very briefly. 15! $20. 20's pretty good. $19? Video Bame. Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix. How are you doing? How are you doing, my friend? Video Bame. The Bame that videos. Fairly productive day. Excellent, excellent. I am envious. I had a very unproductive day. So it goes. So it goes. Sometimes the day... Sometimes you get the day, sometimes the day gets you. Alright. That's gonna finish off this city. I almost certainly could have done better, but I definitely could have done worse. Alright. You could not save an island during high score mode. That's goofy. Saturated black and white sepia. Old film. Okay, old film rules. I do gotta check something here. Alt Shift Tab. Nope. What the heck is my screenshot button? That is the problem I'm having right now. What the heck is my screenshot button? You also think old film rules? Of course you do. Of course you do. Where is it? Where is the setting for... I'm just in Steam right now. I'm just checking in Steam. What the heck? Do people know where the setting is for, what's under? For screenshots. Steam overlay? In-game. I set it to F5. That's weird. Why'd I do that? And it doesn't work. It's not function F10. Well, whatever. I guess I'll just use the screenshot. Hold on a second here. Okay. So, photo mode, hide UI. Let me take this goddamn screenshot. Where's my mouse? There it is. It's not F12. It's not F12. It's actually kind of important that it's not F12. Because if it is F12... then... Okay, there we go. Then that's actually the button on my keyboard that switches which computer the keyboard is connected to. So it's actually kind of valuable that it's not. All right. This is Islanders. This is a pretty successful island. We're currently at 2,931 points on this run. Which isn't too bad. Okay, this is going to be a much smaller island. This is going to be much less ambitious. I was really hoping for Mason. Yeah, we gotta put all the seaweed in here. Brick industry, there we go. I knew we were gonna get bricks. Also, the Valentine's is bugging me. Let's try... Let's do It's Christmas. Let's have It's Christmas. It's Christmas. Alright. Statue and Brickyard, and Brickyard wants sandpits more than sandpits want brickyards. Sandpits are so cool. I can feel this is going to be a Mason Island. Give me masons. I'll take lumber. Oop. Download completed. Congrats. Congrats on having access to Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia that anyone can edit. Masons. That's what I'm looking for, babies. Masons. Mason's powerful. Shamans first. Over here. Over here in case we get huts. Okay. Yeah, this is, I like this. I like this. Fuck it. Let's go brute force it. Now I have to tolerate the city pack. I didn't really want to. I want to hold off on city for a while. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Oh. Could have been making a second set over there. Okay. So we want city center somewhere over here. Yeah, we're halfway to the next city and we've barely done anything. $11 points. 13 points. Huts. There we go. Huts. Gotta have huts, baby. Nothing but residentials. Oops, all residential. Should have put the shamans over here. Okay, so a slightly different plan here. Just try to keep the houses on the outer ring, and then we'll have an inner ring. Whoop. Is there a gold mine over here? There's a gold mine over here. Shit. Let's just see if we can get how far I can go with just piling in houses over here before I get another city center. Ah. Also, hold on. I forgot to shout out Mix. What's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? I should shout out my friend. Did not shout out my friend. Like a dingus. Mix is a just chatting specialist. He is a good time. If you want to watch somebody be big mad and know more about mecha anime than any person has any right to. Arguably the most the person could know about mecha anime. Give me park, come on, I need city center. You know what? I'll take brewery. I'll take another brewery. That's what we're really here for. Parks are kind of nice and like they don't really interfere with each other. That's the genuinely kind of nice thing about parks is that they do not care. Do care about those lumber mills though. Yeesh. Okay. there a way I can get substantial... Is there a way I can get like 16 or 20 points from this thing at this point? Oh, 17 is not too bad. 21! Let's go. Just really trying to see if I can get a city builder, another city center before I just start putting down these, Oh, tower. Tower's gonna get me far. More mansions. Damn it. 10 is pretty good for a fishery. Fisheries are pretty bad. Sharon get a little bit of work done, just enough. Yeah, that's fair. Are there any mecha animes about being mechs that kiss each other in a gay way? That's such an important question. Okay. That was a little... Please give me another city center, you fucks. I know this is going to be a less efficient one, but I just really want to get something out of that gold mine. I'm putting like way too much importance on that gold mine now that I'm thinking about it. It's like I'm putting like massively more importance on the gold mine than is like remotely justified, given like what actually gets achieved with a gold mine. I'm treating the gold mine like it's a temple play or something like that, and it's just absolutely not. The gold is pretty. You're so true for this blue. These mansions are getting so wasted. Circus. This is the real reason why I built this one. Wow, this was a terrible play. Holy crap. It's a good thing that this island is like already completed, but this was like a terrible fucking play. Wow. Real waste of a plateau. $16 and +3. That's pretty bad. So you can say there's a 44 swing over here, baby. I'm not gonna beat 44. 27 for a kelp farm is crazy. For a seaweed field. That's actually really impressive. Gold mine, there we go. Finally, the city center goes down. Finally. Finally. City center. And let's see. Specifics of where I particularly put the city center are actually not that important. In fact, actually, it's probably just over here. And then jeweler wants 5 points for mansions, and then mansions don't really care that much about jewelers. 25 points for the brickyard. Holy moly, that brickyard's doing work. Okay. Let's just see how many... Let's just see if I can extend out the mansion slamming for at least another pack or two. I feel like let's put down Resort Oasis, but I don't think it's going to be any good. Okay. It does not benefit from seaweed fields. I am not actually too terribly surprised that overall this is just like a terrible island for the Resort Oasis. Given like how cramped I have made it and how like hyper industrial this is. This is so... Let's see. I can get in... 11 points ain't bad. Fishery. Sherman, it's like legitimately one of the highest playing Sherman I've ever played. Being really held together by the kelp, by the seaweed over here. Saved by the seaweed. You get 11 points over here. I think gold is really overrated as well. I actually don't think it's that pretty. I'm gonna be honest. It's like I think it is. I think silver and steel and titanium are all like way prettier. Which I don't even know if that's a hot take. I just believe it. I think gold has a lot of really unique, cool industrial properties, but I don't think that's really what people care that much about. Tavern, that's what I was looking for. Now I get second city center. Jackasses. 57-point tavern. That's crazy. That is nuts. I don't think I've ever seen that before. $59-point tavern. Most expensive tavern I think I've ever done. I like copper. Brass is good. Platinum is very cool. I do have to say I've got a couple of friends, a couple of like younger, like millennial age friends who their wedding bands are like titanium and osmium, and I'm just like, no, man, no. There's a very, if you are, as much as I think gold is not the prettiest metal, I do think it is the correct choice for a wedding ring. You really, really want your wedding ring to be softer than your bones. Titanium is not particularly brittle, but, well, I guess it's kind of brittle, but it's so tough it doesn't really matter. Osmium is just crazy. I don't know what the hell that guy was thinking. Yeah, you actually want your wedding ring to be quite soft. Like, please, folks. Like, please. Yeah, in case you ever have to cut it off. Exactly. You do not want the consequences that come with having to cut off your finger like that. Kari, that's very funny. Hello, Kari. Hello, Kari. Let me give the shout out to Kari. The Techno Shrimp. One of my oldest friends in VTubing. 9 souls. The souls that are nined. This is a problem with Temple. Temple rules, but like, oh my goodness, it's so hard to get good Temple plays. If you get a good Temple play, it's crazy, but it's so hard to get a good Temple play. It cares about towers, plateaus, masons. Oh, Christ. Okay, if I can get a wall plateau over here, it's going to go nuts. Or a wall plateau over here. I do need to figure out if I can keep it alive until the wall plateau. Which is a pretty tall ask, I have to say. Okay, jeweler's getting there. Okay. Walls. I actually kind of already regret that. -34. Holy moly. Was there actually a 19 in there? There was a 19 in there. Can I hit it? Oh, it was an 18. Okay. Terrible. But it's done. It's very board game-esque. It's very abstract is really what it is. It's like a very low simulation city builder. Is like kind of what I would say. It's just a very low simulation city builder. Still in the negatives. Holy moly. $15 points for the seaweed being one of the better plays I've got is so goofy. And 16's not too bad, not too shabby. Might as well go for the mill. I'm not super enthusiastic about the mill, but at least it's something. Circus is kicking my ass. Brittle wants to shatter. Yeah, titanium is... Good gravy. 2 points for a circus. Circus are usually pretty good. I've just set myself up in such like a cramped, paranoid city. City is Reagan-esque. $19 points is not too bad. 10 points is pretty bad. I'll take 26 points. 28 points. Soy milk themed. Would be far more remarkable if it were not. Hell yeah, hell yeah. But yes, you should get some sleep. You should get some sleep. I just thought that Kari would appreciate that. $36 points for just putting down a city center with no intention of filling up on it. I know, Warren Matt kind of aesthetic. Interesting. Interesting. I definitely haven't thought that hard about that side of it. Ooh, 37 is pretty good. Can I get to wall plateaus? Signs are not looking good. Not feeling optimistic about my ability to get to wall plateaus before I run out of cards. Fuck it. Just completely ruin that area. Resorts are really funny because they're most valuable, like building the initial resort's pretty valuable, but like after that the logic is completely inverts. 15 points. 55 points. Yeah, 55 points will do it. Monuments. Mason over here. Or mansion over here. Needs to do some work from work. Please get some bed. I'm probably not going to be up too much longer, to be honest. I'm feeling pretty sleepy. I think you'd do the Xbox and turn 360 degrees and walk away if I met someone with a VTubing related tattoo. What, Kirill, what if you saw, what if it was a Kirill tattoo? What if it was your VTuber's face? I'm imagining this absolute nightmare scenario, Kirill, where you're hooking up with a young lad, and the shirt comes off, and there's a Kirill tattoo. uh... Oh, that's funny to think about. I definitely want to see if I can get the temple down before I put down the... Oh my goodness, this monument's popping if I put it over here. I like how that proposal was so grotesque, it just killed Kirill. Yeah, this thing isn't worth diddly until I can get a... I need the wall plateau, which I might not be able to ever get. Okay, let's get you down here. Water plateau. Water plateau is not what I need, but it is worth something. No, I need water plateau over here. Why did that work before, but not that time? At least I got some points out of that circus. Walls are really funny in this game because they just like you just like lose points for them constantly. Which is like such a cash in on like prior investment. They're so bad in the, everything hates walls. Wall plateau, there we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I was going to go nuts if I didn't get the wall plateau. The question is, can I legally put it in? Yeah, I legally put it in the places I want to. Let's see if that will work. That will not. Let's just make sure I can actually legally place this thing on top of a wall plateau. Yes, I can. I just need to place it in the correctest location. Only plus 45. It's pretty pathetic, to be honest, given the amount of effort I put in to get this thing up. That's pretty embarrassing, to be honest. I have, like, seaweed that made more points. Yeah, there's the big play. That's gonna be the big play. Now I'll take another card just to see what happens, but that's almost certainly gonna be the big play. Let's just put down a couple of more parks. And 20-point hut. Man, huts are such workhorses. 108 points. And I think that is going to be a wrap for me. Market, sure. I think that is going to be where I wrap up, if I'm honest. Because I am very tired. I feel very cooked. I know it's a slightly shorter stream than I like to do on a Tuesday, but I did get pretty bad sleep last night. Not even that bad of quality. I just didn't get enough of it. But yeah, this has been Islanders, which is a game I really like. I think I have an insane opportunity. I never get to do this. I never get to do this. I only have ever gotten to do this once before. So hold on. Let's go over here. Oh, wait, you don't need to see that at all. I thought that was disabled. But yes. No stream tomorrow. Yes, stream Thursday. Okay? No stream on Wednesday. Yes, stream on Thursday. I will figure out what I am doing after that. The 20th is my 3rd year anniversary. I never really make a big fuss out of it. The only thing I ever really do for my anniversary is I play The Last Spell, because that was my first stream ever, so I just think that's fun to do. Last Spell's a really good game. I don't know if it's a great stream category, but it's a great game. So that's probably what we'll do. Other than that, I will not really be making a big fuss, but that's next week. That's not this week. That's 8 days from now. And yes, I am cooked. Thank you all for being here. I have been Almantas. Are commands working today? Yes, they are. There's my Discord. I use it a lot. There's my socials. I don't use them a lot. The YouTube channel is continuously uploading VODs. There are new VODs every single day because I have a large backlog. We are into November of last year. We are catching up with the present tense, but you know, I am publishing 7 VODs for every 3.5 VODs I create. So it's going to take a minute. I think if I remember my math correctly, it should catch up in like July. Here are our raid messages. We are going to raid one of my dear friends. She's never up when I am up. We're going to Vera. I like Vera a lot. She's really good. She has an incredible model. One of the best models in the business. So please have a good time with her. I never get to raid her. This is so rare for me. We'll be back, not tomorrow, but the day after. All right? Love you all very much. Have a good night.